Hello. Why is it so quiet? It is time. Why is it so quiet? This is really quiet. Like, are my... Hang on. Okay, hang on. I gotta go. Hello, hello. That's loud. Okay. Now I'm confused. Why is Spotify impossibly quiet? Like, I need to have this at the normal volume for it to seem correct. Okay. My ears just don't work. I don't know. All right. So, task. I have to look at just Godot PRs, I guess. The following bar is not there. What? Why is it not showing up? It works. It's just OBS. Can I try this? Duplicate? Can we duplicate that? Copy. Delete one. No, it's still not there. I don't want to deal with this. Like the fonts loaded, but the follow goal didn't? Why? Like, I can go to it right now and it works. There it is. Can't use speech synth? There's the follow goal. OBS doesn't want to work. Let's try to make a new one. Just start this new one. Browser. Oh, the browser just doesn't work at all right now. It doesn't work at all. Okay, I'm gonna do a test. I'm going to crash the stream on purpose and just reopen OBS. I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna crash it on purpose. Because OBS is just a piece of crap lately. Goodbye. Or not. Okay, goodbye. Oh, look, the browser works now. That's crazy. That's crazy, OBS. Isn't that nuts? Isn't that crazy? how that just worked now. Hi, Yulia. Weird. Okay, apparently whenever I need to start, whenever I start streaming, I have to like make sure OBS is opened correctly and is not like has some crazy bug where the browser sources are just permanently broken and they won't work. That's the text loaded this time. It did load the text font. Yeah, remember to load that. Gosh. I can't believe this software. I change nothing and it slowly degrades and just has more bugs. Has that happened before where browser sources just on the whole app just won't work? Because I like created a new one and the default one is like the OBS, like their website, which is just like a big screen that says OBS Studio, and it's like the blue background and it just has their logo on it. Even that didn't show anything. Okay, so there might have been a message here. I left a comment off stream. I did not. Never mind. I was gonna ask them about this. Okay, so here's the thing that's getting to me is because apparently I don't know if he was requested as a review from a team. From a team? A team. I guess this is them. This person is on a team. GitHub is so weird. I feel like just this existing here and me, even though I replied to it and they didn't respond, I basically said no to both of these by printing an error. Don't think so. Here's the funny thing. The Godot documentation, as pointed out by the physics man himself, has actually been incorrect the whole time. The lower the value, the higher priority. It's actually not that. The higher the value, the higher the priority. And the higher the value, the more times that constraint is solved. So it's not even an order thing. It's just how many times will you solve for it. So the documentation's just been wrong about it the whole time. And adding an error print when you pass a negative, I don't think anyone else does this. Let me find anywhere that it's like a max 0. I'm gonna see if there's like a max 0. It would have to be on a set. I don't even know how I would find one of these because there's 200 of these. Instantly found an example. Navigation path query parameters 3D set simplify epsilon. This is definitely, because of the name of it, I'm assuming this is a public API. This is not a common thing. You don't print an error. You document that it can't be negative. And in fact, it's even a bound method, set path search max distance. Gotta find it. Search max. Okay, this one isn't even set up to be a range, actually. To define that it's only positive. So in fact, this one's even worse. Let me see. Should just be joint 3D. Here I actually give a... Okay, well this was actually the default already. So in the editor, the default was already 1. So, yeah, I'm just going to say like a warning, maybe, but I think probably no at this point. So I'm just going to say, yeah. I just want to be very clear about it. Because I could see this exactly being a thing where it's like, they come back and look at it and say, oh, he hasn't resolved this one yet. And then they just continue on their day. And it'll just sit there for months before like some other person comes in there and like comments and says, hey, is there any update about this? And then they finally look at it and say, oh yeah, we're waiting on this. We're waiting on a warning to be put in there. It's like, no, we're not. In fact, we're definitely saying no warning should be here. What am I looking for? I'm looking for... Oh, what? Oh, right, yeah, this is not... Is it this? Constraint priority. Negative values are not allowed and will be silently max when set. Yep. I read it. I'll just cut that bit out. I won't even mention that. Why they're not huh? Completing thy weekly dig? Dig what? Whoa. Venture dig. Is that... It's not Junkrat's thing now, it's... Yeah. Ventures. Yeah, so I comment that, and then I say resolve. Oh hey, I don't think either you two saw this. Check this out. I used to physically, that's true. Check this out. See it? Can we see it? Zoom and enhance. Oh gosh. Zoom and enhance. Where is it? Okay. The king of what? My commit, by the way. This is great. This is the best thing ever. This is the commit. The page is still zoomed in. That's great. Here's the commit. 1 commit. Oh, it doesn't, dang it. It shows it weird. Okay, he linked the thing. There it is. This is what I changed. I deleted 7 lines of code. I guess you could call this my in-house engine. Well, honestly, I can, because I actually have a lot of changes that I made to it. I think it's at the point where my project is not compatible with the default game engine anymore because of how many things I've changed. Golnick. The zombie game is definitely not compatible. Oh, hang on. I actually have a few things. How can I search? Does that work? No. Mine. No. Wait. Author. Me. This. Do I need to request a review? Another Overwatch update, another map destroyed by lightning bugs. I'm gonna... How do I... Rendering. I don't know if this works. How do I do this? View status? It's been 3 weeks. I'm going to ask for a review. I'm going to tag him. Lay John. There we go. Okay. Was there something else I had? Huh. Okay. All right. How do I get... Pull upstream? Probably. And it doesn't specify a branch. Pull upstream master. The lightning bugs are crazy. I don't know how they manage that. $333 files changed, 300,000 insertions, 10,000 deletions. CA, what's CA? What language is CA? Oh my god. The plus bars just go off the screen. What's CA? Language. CA. Catalan. Language code is what I was looking for. Language code. That is correct. Language code. Cool. Okay. That's a lot. That's crazy. Okay, so I have added jewel to vehicle. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna make a branch called add jewel to vehicle and see if I can't just take everything from 4.5 and throw it in there. I think it's like I do switch B. C. Okay. Let me go look at... this one, because this is the one that should have the most stuff on it that I definitely want to have. Jolt engine... Jolt... What am I trying to say there? Okay. So I do have some changes that I've made. Gosh, there's a lot. Jolt vehicle update wheel transforms. Some weird formatting happened. Okay. Oh. Yeah, it's just a bunch of weird formatting stuff happened, actually. Okay. That's just a brand new line. Wheel connect changed. Jolt vehicle settings emit changed. Yeah, so there's a bunch of stuff that... There's some real changes here. I added those. But they don't do anything. Wait, wheel base settings. The code is down here. Yeah. This one's a bit weird. It should probably be like update steering axis using these values. I don't know. Yeah, I would like to have that too. The issue is I think a lot of this is probably... I have a feeling that I wasn't really making it like that. Where I wouldn't go into here, or I wouldn't go into my branch version, patch that, and then pull it over. Apparently there's just no branches here. Okay. Patch that and then go to the other one and then like copy it back in. Yeah. So in fact, it looks like there might just be so many mistakes that that's tough. Okay, I guess this is the idea. I probably need to go to... Okay, I need to look at third party, Jolt physics, and check the history of this file. See if there's anything that I've done. Add Jolt define options. Okay, that was for testing stuff. And yeah, this is the way that I need to do it. Yeah. Current gear. Okay, some of the stuff I can definitely keep because it's not going into... It's not like adding something that doesn't exist. But the is any driven wheel slipping is something else. I can't remember what that's used for. Do I even use that? I don't even use that. Okay, so I guess so far that's probably fine. Slip shifting. This would be nice if there was an option for that. That would be really nice, actually. Maybe I can send that as a proposal or something. Always applying damping, which I kind of don't like. But I guess what I... Actually, hang on. Have I been silly about that? Maybe what I should just do is I just change the damping parameter to be 0 when I'm driving, and then when I stop driving, I set the damping parameter to be whatever I wanted it to be. Let's see. Angular damping. Extends vehicle engine settings. So I can just modify it directly. do I then have an into that? Oh, it's not there. What? Okay, so I guess here's the weird thing about it that I have to figure out. Because technically, Godot has no knowledge of what Jolt is, but I think what I've been setting up here is essentially just putting it directly in. But I guess it's not actually a big deal if I say like Jolt thing, and then it just says if you want to use this, you have to enable it. I did a proper search for it, right? I searched everything that was open and closed. And there was like literally 4 things ever. And none of them ever talked about Jolt vehicle. I'd found no proposal for it. Yeah, I found no proposal for it. Yeah, so yeah, the problem is that I have it in here, which is probably not ideal. So I have to figure out how to make it so that this I think it does have to be a totally different thing. All right, here's what I want to say. I kind of want to ask how I should make this like an API, because I can see this is strange. It is strange. I think there might even be a thing out here. Yeah. Well, no, that's not. No, that's fine. That's fine. Where does it become? There's an issue with how it works. Let me see. I think it would just be... Dang. Okay. It has to go in modules. It absolutely has to go in modules, and it has to go in here. I guess probably just vehicle. It could just be its own vehicle folder. Because the benefit that I get here is I have direct access to the entire Jolt library here, and that's big. I think I had to do some funny business to make it work not in this location, but it should be all here. So it should all be here. The issue then is I have to go to servers, physics 3D, and I have to make it all in here. So the whole interaction, then I have to make a Godot object that is just purely for that. Are you adding zombie game to Planet Game? I thought today that I would want to make my Jolt vehicle thing a pull request to the actual Godot game engine. So I'm looking at what that means. And the issue right now is that it's going to need something clever with the API. Because as far as the physics server goes, it doesn't have any knowledge of what engine you're running. Share the card to plan a game and make it be able to run over the spiders. Make them ragdoll real good. Yeah. I mean, I do want to have a vehicle. I just don't know what the vehicle is going to be. Thanks for following, Captain Chica. So I got to think about something clever. It has to be specifically a Jolt vehicle without looking like a Jolt vehicle. Or I could just say oh man. All right, let's do this. Let me start with this. I'm going to open I don't want to do a PR a proposal because I feel like it's never going to get seen. But you know what? I'll do it. Uh 3D, I guess. Just get hard at Godot. No. Yeah, exactly. Just no. We got a 30-ounce coffee today, and I'm shaking in my seat, about to explode. Okay. You don't need that much coffee. Just, you know. This is, Cable's all twisted up. Can I just tag him? Oh, true. I don't know. I do want to tag him. Bro chickened out and nervous, Nelly. I don't remember. I don't know how it's spelled. It's like his name, but I just don't know how it's spelled. Why am I looking at the find from local vector? Oh, because I was trying to see if has was just checking if find was -1, and that pissed me off for some reason. That is good code. That's what it should do. Find should just be has is not equal to -1. Or has should be a find does not equal -1. There's something else about that I was like, wow, I can't believe they did it this way instead of this simple way. Okay, I don't... Me. J-R-O-U-W-E. J-R-W-O-U-E. Why does it not highlight? That I heard J-R-O-U-W-E. There we go. How do I do... Kind of an issue with this is that there are actually so many... There's so many resources connected with this that it kind of spams... Okay, let me say this. I think a huge mistake with Godot is everything being in global space. I think it's awful. Because as you add more stuff, you start breaking older code because you have to make sure that you've named your thing in a way that is not going to break someone else's code because they decided to use that name before it existed. So it would be really nice if we just went with, you know, a normal Python thing and we just had import at the top. And so we could import the names that we want and then rename the names if there ends up being conflicts, right? That would be great. That's what they should do. But no, they want everything to be a global space. So if I have a node called Jolt Vehicle that extends Rigid Body 3D, and then it suddenly comes with like 5 different resources, every single one of these resources has to have like a particular name at the front of it. Where is it? 3D, it's probably, is it in physics? Physics. I don't know how to search for that. Didn't match any code. How about you index my code then? Why am I not indexed? It's probably because it's not in the planet game. That's probably why. Register scene types here. So this is where I get to define the actual name of it. And then GitHub has failed. Jolt vehicle. So I am adding all of these things. Anti-roll bar settings. Vehicle controller settings, wheeled vehicle controller settings, vehicle differential settings, vehicle engine settings, vehicle transmission settings, wheelbase settings, wheel settings. I've added so many things. I think that these are good names, but the problem is that these are probably so generic they're gonna conflict with someone's project that has vehicles in it instantly. And the last thing I want to do is I want to put Jolt in front of everything because that's crazy and that'll be super annoying to write any script with that. Because now you have Jolt wheeled vehicle controller settings. That's a crazy long name. I think wheeled vehicle controller settings is already pretty long. The wheeled part is kind of necessary because there's actually like tracked vehicles and I can't remember exactly, but a vehicle is something that has an engine and a transmission probably. And maybe it has some wheels. Wheeled vehicle is specifically a implementation of the vehicle that is intended to have a drivetrain, of course they would all have it. It specifically spins wheels, right? That's part of what this does. And it has like an automatic, well, actually no, even the automatic transmission is all handled. So that's my issue. I am adding so many things. I definitely can't make a thing called wheel settings. That one is just really bad. That's a super conflict, a super huge name conflict. That's why you don't make a custom scripting language. Just don't make a custom scripting language. And if you do, please have modules. Please have an import keyword. There's a reason there's a reason every single programming language has an import or some equivalent keyword because of name conflicts. Not GDScript. As soon as you get a GDScript, everything exists all the time, and you have to be super careful about what you name things. Because the problem is, it's not even that like, oh well, if they never use it, it's not a problem. No, it's a problem instantly. If this is a released thing, someone has decided to make something called wheel settings. They have to change their name. They have to say, okay, well, now we have to change the name of our class because the name has been stolen by the game engine. Certain things maybe are fine to be always global, like physics server 3D, rigid body 3D. I mean, some of these things just make sense, but something that's like a resource that's called wheel settings, I can't. Is there any possible way that I can have it be like a nested class type? Can I do that? So Jolt Vehicle has underneath it everything. Jolt Vehicle has wheeled vehicle controller, or no. All the settings, or I mean, the settings are like listed underneath wheeled vehicle controller. So it'd be like wheeled vehicle controller dot settings is how you access it. Jolt Vehicle dot wheel settings. That would be ideal. I'm gonna say that. I think that would be the perfect way to do it. Where is it? I'll list out every single name that I have. I'll just copy this whole thing so I can. Was it an abstract class? I don't know. Jolt Vehicle Controller. Yeah, I'll even say like that one should probably be dot controller. Yeah, Jolt wheeled vehicle. Am I doing this correctly? I feel like I've probably like. There's wheeled vehicle. Let me check. Let me look at this. Why am I here? Just whatever. Third party. Do I just have wheeled vehicle? Now there's the wheeled vehicle controller. Tracked vehicle controller. There's the vehicle constraint, the vehicle controller. Okay, so... Okay, I guess there wouldn't be this one. Wheel the vehicle controller. Let me look more at like what my setup is. I have to go to here. How do I do this? Where would it be? Vehicle, of course. Base. Wheel the jolt vehicle. Extends jolt vehicle. And it calls get controller as wheeled vehicle controller. Okay, I think I understand. So the controllers are truck vehicle settings. So this is a jolt vehicle settings, and you specifically create a wheeled vehicle controller settings that creates a wheeled vehicle controller. It's a legendary skate shooter car. I'm going to make it into a. I'm going to try and make it an official Godot feature. I'm going to see if I can. Right, so controller is specifically you give it a controller settings. That contains an engine, a transmission, differentials, if it's an open differential, which is like the drive train. That's really hard for me to say. Why? Drivetrain. I think it's that I want to say drive chain. How can I make a subclass? I need to find an example that's currently present in the API. I need to find a class that registers a subclass. Can I think of where that might exist? I kind of just want to say, like, it would be ideal if I could do this, but I would rather know that I can. IK is actually really close, but that is all split into separate files. It has to exist already. And I think it's possible. I just have to find a place where it's done. A resource that is contained within I was like, Gold blessed us with an official dev update 3 of the fake zombie medieval game. What? God. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. We gotta care. Guys, we gotta care at some point. This is an entire... This isn't even all of them. This is all audio effect and audio stream. And there's more. I can keep scrolling. When do we say this is a... Oh, come on. The name pollution is insane. Oh, God. I also didn't even look at this. Animation node add 2, add 3. Blend 2, blend 3. Alright, first of all, I think as soon as you write add 2, add 3, you're like, huh. Maybe we should just have add and support 3 parameters. Or 2. EQ10 equal 29 equal 6. I mean, these could just be one EQ and just different implementations of it. Or an option. Do you want 10? Do you want 21? Or do you want 6? Good God. I'm just trying to see if there is... If I can just look at one and say, oh yeah, that's one. Well, I guess actually it would be listed as like a dot, wouldn't it? It'd have to be listed like that. So if they don't have a single one of those, then it doesn't exist. I didn't even get to the visual shader node. Really? Not one exists yet? I feel like I've seen it though. Where all classes? Where it's like the object is specifically contained within another object. So if you want to access, you have to do the containing class dot and then the one that you wanted. That's what I would like to have. I'm pretty sure it's supported. It's definitely supported in GDScript because I can have subclasses in GDScript and that works. I was just hoping to see one example of it out here. I don't know, maybe if I just like click some things that I feel like might have subclasses, then I'd be like, oh, there's one. No, because these are like singletons. That's not how that works. Window. Like, I'd want to see one that just says like classes on the side, I think. Deprecated. Top map layer. A tile set. Man. Range, I know, is like kind of crazy. Yeah, it's just like I wish the resource was like beneath it, I guess. Because I have a case where this resource is not something that you could use anywhere else. It's like, it's really specifically just for Jeweled Vehicle. I can make the argument here that, okay, well, I want curved 3D resources for my thing, but I want to handle them how I want to handle them. So that makes them functionally separate from a path 3D. Right? But then I feel like a path follow 3D would definitely be a subclass of path 3D because there's the only reason you're using this is with the path 3D. In fact, how are you even supposed to use this? They don't contain a reference to each other. A point sampler for path 3D. Path follow 3D child nodes. Ah. Oh, HTTP request. Client. Really? I feel like this one would be perfect. A perfect example of like HTTP client is underneath a HTTP or I don't know, something. Nothing has a subclass. Okay, hang on. This is a way that it works. This could be an idea. So I have Jeweled Vehicle is like this interface, and I would have methods on it, static methods, that return resource types or other object types. It's still a problem of name pollution, which I'm sure eventually is going to be a problem. I mean, I think especially wheel settings, but all right, I'm just going to go back to ride again. Yeah, I don't know how to. I'm going to copy this again. Oh, too far. This. It's kind of like a bad ordering of these. That here. Okay, well, how do I make a tab? I don't really like the S, so I'll just do this. Vehicle settings, wheelbase setting. You must say this one actually should go further into that. Which one of these is the abstract? Abstract is the wheelbase. I guess it'll just be this then. Whoops, sorry, flashbang. Abstract is vehicle controller setting. Vehicle controller, abstract, wheeled vehicle controller. Wheeled vehicle controller settings. Engine setting, transmission setting, differential setting. Yeah. Twelve things. 12 things. Okay. I won't even say it. I'm just gonna say putting in those global scope sucks. Dog. Hang on. I gotta take him out. Hang on, dude. Okay, I'm actually just gonna let him out, or take him out. Come back and I'll read this, and see if I think it looks good. Reads well. Be right back. I'm back. I've got a better idea for showing this. I'll do pseudocode. Sorry, flashbang. It's not abstract, actually. Let me look at what all these are so that I know for sure. Resource. Controller. Ref counted. You wouldn't have that, actually. Yeah, let me just take that out. Abstract is definitely a keyword, right? Yeah. So the settings. Anti-roll bar settings, differential settings, F controller. So look like that, I think. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm missing 2 things. Wheel settings. How are those laid out? Wheelbase settings is resource, and then at the end of the file is wheel settings, wheelbase settings. Okay. I'll go and fix some mistakes. I just read it. Okay. The vehicle constraints from Jolt are really good at way superior to current vehicle body in Godot. I've already made a full implementation for my own project. But it probably doesn't fit with the general ideal implement. It probably doesn't fit with... with the ideal implementation that Godot would expect. Makes the assumption that it makes... I don't know. Yeah. My implementation makes my implementation randomly. My implementation currently makes the assumption that the engine will run with Jolt, and so it just slams all the Jolt code. If we're to follow the actual API, it would almost require a physics server agnostic. Yeah, Should instead be first move to what? I hit end instead of F somehow. I don't know. Don't ask me how. I don't know how I did that. Oh no, I was trying to hit delete and I pressed end. That's what I did. Then if it were to follow the actual API, it would almost require a physics server agnostic implementation. Lots of okay. This dog's just upset about something. Um, let me be clear. Uh, Does it actually work like that? What are joints right now? Yeah, I mean joints just have this, right? Um, physics server actually does have, I think. No, it doesn't. Let me see. This direct space state, of course. Because we're crazy and we just put like a whole bunch of stuff inside something called physics server 3D. We have like 5 classes in this file. Thing is, I think that modules can be accessed. I know the physics servers are set up to be like this thing, this certain thing that they do, but I'm just looking for something that's probably like really clear. Like Vorbis. Register types. Register types. Oh. They actually just register types. Okay. So actually it would just pull it out completely. And it would just literally be on Joel Physics. And this would just have a register types. Register types? Yeah, register type doesn't actually do anything like that. But I think it's exactly what it should do. Okay, I'm going to say that now. I feel like I need to really cut this thing down. This is just too much. This is like way too much. Okay. Yeah. What else is there? Yeah, it's really just like track and... Yeah, it's really just like track. me get... here... Link. Yeah. That was close. Okay. Yeah, I want to be like super I want to be super sarcastic about this. All right, I think I just hit start discussion. Cool. Well, I investigated it. That is a problem. I guess I could start moving them. I could even just go ahead and start testing it. I just wanted to get this proposal there. And I specifically did want to tag this guy, the Jolt guy, just to see what he thinks about it. All right. I think I can like actually kind of start though. So I create a new branch. I'm on the branch. I want to I think what I want to do is just start cherry picking everything and then well, actually, honestly, I can just start fresh. So maybe I'll just do that. Maybe I'll just start fresh. I kind of don't want to use Vim, to be honest, because that's like, it's going to be a lot of copy pasting. And it's generally, yeah, okay. I'm a GUI guy, I think. I think it's just true. I just am. So, open folder. Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's just right there. I have no idea what's going to happen. I have not opened this in here before. Java? Gradle? Java projects? I'm just going to let this run for a bit before I even try to open a file. My expectation is I'm probably going to get blasted with a million errors and every file is going to be marked red and I'm not really going to get any highlighting. But on the plus side, copy pasting is going to be so much easier. I'll be able to copy paste a little bit easier. Is there anything? Oh yeah, I had an idea. I was writing some tests for it. I'm gonna close that though. Close that. I don't need these open right now. Fix for 4-6. I think I'm just gonna try to like collapse this down quite a bit. I'll leave this one open. I think I can probably close this. I'll just close that for now. I'll leave that one open. And this one is gonna be... Is that cut off? Hang on, what is this? The image is cut off. Dang. Oh well. I should probably fix that. Okay, so Zombie Game has pretty much everything that I think I want. So I'm going to start by copying from here. Just literally every single bit of it. Build errors. Yeah, expected. Do I have... Okay, no, I'm not doing it there. I'm doing it third party. No, not there. Modules. Controlled physics. Yeah, this will just be a folder. Vehicle. So vehicle is going to start with... How are these names set up? They all have jolt underscores. So I guess I'll... Yeah. Sure. Copy file. Now, formatting. What happens when I hit save? Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Do I have... This is disabled. I think I need to enable this. It formatted. Let me check. Okay, good. I'm getting good formatting. Now the issue is the fact that I don't have any suggestions typed. Yeah, I don't get any suggestions. This is like kind of where I got stuck on. Because I don't know how to make that work. I don't know how to make types work. I just don't know. Do I need... What do I do? Do I have to build it once? Maybe I have to build it one time? They might just have like... Make sure C++ extension is installed. I think that's what this is. Though I think I probably don't get that. Extension pack. What does this contain? Yeah. I think this is what it's supposed to be. Run scons compile db, yes. Alright, well I guess it's a compile day. Apparently. Well, I mean I knew it was gonna be, but that's the moment. Yeah, I think this is just all that I use. I think this is all that I use. Configure task. Create others. Right. Who took the screenshot of the example with white? Jeez. In light mode. So what I expect that this is doing is it should have made... I don't see it. I was expecting it to make... Okay. I was expecting it to make whatever, like, Clang uses to define project files. I just dropped a bunch of frames there. Wow, 97% CPU? That's kind of dangerous. That's actually really dangerous. This is using a lot of my CPU. I'm a little concerned. And a lot of memory. I have to watch OBS right now to make sure it's not crashing. I'm not even crossing 10 milliseconds and I'm dropping frames. I don't understand how that's possible. I have to cross 16 milliseconds to start dropping frames, and yet I'm like hitting 8 and it's like, oh yeah, we're losing frames now. Maybe it's just the counter is just wrong. And it's like staggered. I mean, it's stable. 97% CPU is crazy. Why is it so much more in VS Code? Is VS Code like adding... Is there... You know what? It might be that. It might be that like they changed the default compile thing to just take every single CPU core minus 1. Do I have... Oh yeah, really dropping it. I've got nothing. Am I toast? 16 milliseconds. I think clicking around is probably making it worse. Yeah, clicking around is probably just making it worse. Encoding overload. Whoa. Yeah, okay, I need to stop moving stuff around. I need to stop moving my mouse. Apparently this is very fragile. I need to... I probably can just stop it. Actually, I'm just going to stop it and reduce the number of CPU cores this is using. Can I just get like... Yeah, by default, SCON setups can use all CPU threads but one. Yeah. Okay, so I have to say J, but I think it's probably customizable. Somewhere in here, like either at the bottom or near the top. Just from like thread. Yeah, there's customs. Customs arguments. What the hell? What is arguments? Oh, current auto CPU count to configure build specify with -J or num jobs. Num jobs. env get num jobs. Okay, I think that's it. I think I just do like... how many do I have? I used to be able to click that to see. How many threads do I have? Or cores, I mean. 24? I think I have 12 cores and 24 virtual. So I'll just say 12. And I think that's how I set it up, right? I just say like num jobs equals that, and then that's it. Probably. And then I think, yeah, if I search for like compile DB. Yeah, it's right there, compile DB. Name yes is not defined. Capital T. Alright, so I should see 50. It shouldn't go over 50. But it should blow through a bunch of the other ones because it's already compiled them. Okay. Seems good. Seems like it did it. 50% CPU. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I cannot use all -1. That's way too many. Yeah, that's, you know what? Sometimes I think there's just like a menace somewhere in Godot. There's a menace working on this. All threads -1 is an insane default option. That is just, you say like, oh, to keep the system responsive. Okay, well, assuming you're doing nothing else and you're writing code and you hit enter and then you're going to sit there and watch the screen scroll by, which I guess is what I'm doing. But all -1 is crazy. I could jump it up a little bit though. I think I can probably go to 18. So I'll go ahead and stop it, start it again. Yeah, hopefully it will just ignore this header file that I've made and is currently empty. Oh, maybe compile DB. Is it this? Where would it be? Like, where's modules? Oh, that's editor. Modules. What does DB mean? What does compile DB mean? Maybe it's this. scons env. This is what it's making. Why did it just print a command there? Okay. Okay, I keep looking at this. Interesting. Oh yeah, I guess I would have to set up a project. A test project. So that'll be a good idea. Edit configurations. Include path. Is it specifically looking for include path? Or and defines? I guess we'll do both. C files. Godot hover docs extension. Okay. It's done. Generating compile commands. Yeah, that's crazy. Okay. All right, well, what do we think now? Oh, indexing. That sounds good. That sounds great. Yeah, I think Clang actually says it too, yeah. I remember that setting now. It says a compile commands JSON file. Yeah. Which creating that file is difficult. This one should go away though. Can initialize object parameter of type rigidbody with an expression of type jeweled vehicle. I don't even know what that means in that context. It feels like that's not it. It feels like that's the wrong place. If I just get a little bit of help. Dang. Okay, so that's still just weirdly bugged. Well, I guess it's probably bugged because some of these just don't exist yet. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the reason. Undeclared identifier rotational to local. So it doesn't know what JPH is. No type name in JPH. Wait, so you do know what it is? But then you don't know. Oh. Also, I am in the module now, so maybe it's a little bit different. Let me open up generic join. See how this one. Okay, so it does know these things. Include jolt.h. Is that what I'm missing? I need to include jolt.h. I guess so. Okay. So I will include no, jolt.h with the brackets. Oh, jeez. Oh, I was like, what was that? It just got sorted down here. Okay. Why did it get sorted down there? If I move this up here and save the file, does it make... It made no change to the file. All right, that's good. Okay, so now I've got that. It seems like I still have some issues. I'm kind of including a lot of things. Why there's so many includes here? Also, it's probably just meant to be like that, right? Is not used directly. Then remove them all. Gonna find Jolt vehicle settings. Okay. I might be going now. Might be getting somewhere. Also, yeah, vehicle constraint not being here. It's kind of crazy. Come on. Physics. Useless. Physics vehicle constraint. Not found. Unknown type name. Okay, cool. All right, more errors went away. There are fewer errors. Wheel base settings. Yeah, okay, it really wants to order these in a special way. All right. All right, cool. There are very few errors now. Right, and then there's just like a general problem where I think because it's like failing to initialize, it can't make it a rigid body. But then it kind of won't tell me why. I think it's probably just because there's a syntax error. It's probably just because of these syntax errors. I want wheelbase settings. Which I think these are probably actually just wheel settings. What is the structure here? Wheel settings. Are these the same thing? This connects directly to wheel settings. And this is a wheel settings WV. Let me look at tracked vehicle. Wheel settings, TV. Yeah, okay. So a lot of these are extending the wheelbase settings. I should probably just match that name though, and instead just call these wheel settings. So that I'm matching what it looks like here. Where the controllers are specifying those. Yeah, I'm just gonna match the layout there. So we'll have this, but then these will instead be called wheel settings. And then I have to figure out how to name them a certain way. Is it wheel control that I'm looking for? Oh, hello. It's Ruffio. Thanks for the raid. I am trying to get Godot or Jolt's vehicle stuff into Godot itself, which I've already done. It's just like I made it in not a way that could actually be sent as like an official thing. So I'm trying to make it work for that. We don't hate the flesh tuber tag at all. Right, yeah. We support you and ignore me. Alright, thanks, I guess. Meat space? I don't know what meat space is. I just thought it was funny because I've seen it before. So I use it. Yeah, thanks for the raid though. What were you up to? Where is it? Where would it be? Vehicle controller, I think, has this. Yeah. Doing a Code Wars. What is that? I don't know what that is. It's like Leak Code. Okay. Web Dev Coding Challenge. Yeah. Is that like just by yourself, or was that with other? Like you'd do that with? It's just Code War sounds like it would be a competition thing. Got a very calming voice. Thanks. I try to be calm. Sometimes I'm not. Chat-driven development. All right. I should do that. No, with you guys, you just have me like having LLMs do it is what you would do. I gotta run. Yeah, thanks for the raid. Okay. Alright, so there's two things that I have. I don't like having a million files. There's already a million files. But there would be more if I were to pull these out into their own files. But also, Godot does it a bunch. They have like physics server, which is 5 classes, and they're all defined in there. I'd probably just go with that. I probably would just have wheel settings, which has everything in it. So I drop that. Everything would be here. Variant enum cast. Needs to be WV to match the names. WV. Chat-driven dev, I'd be the LLM. Curve. Yeah, bring that in. Apply lateral friction to jolt. Jolt type conversions. Do I really not have that at the top? It's right there. Oh. Yeah, this is yeah, I remember now. I have a conversion for that. Because that's not actually a thing. Yeah, I should have just made it a module in the first place, or put it in the modules in the first place. That was definitely silly. I could have just done that. Because I definitely went through the trouble of being like, oh, well, if I want it to be in the editor, I have to put it here, and then it's an editor type. But I didn't realize that some modules, or modules are just allowed to register types directly, like this. Which now that I see this, I'm like, okay, well, this is good. I can just do that. So I have conversions. Yeah. Resources, okay. I can just probably put this anywhere, and it's gonna sort it. Nice. Linear curve. Make those the brackets. And then I have 2 Godot, and this is all the code. And then it's going to copy a bunch of extra stuff. Okay, this file is small enough I can just find it. Which this one feels kind of slow. Oh, no, because you give it. Okay, right, that's the good part. You give it. You're not doing allocations, you're just setting things. Though this one does an allocation. To jolt. Yeah. That is weird. So 2... Can I? Maybe I should just make it so... This is odd. This is the only one that does this. These ones always create something. This one you give it. And return it. I kind of prefer that. So let me... I would actually like to make that a thing then. What do I call it? Out curve. We should say jolt curve. Yeah, okay, let's do that. That's just not copy. Interesting. And then here, can I do go to declaration, clear, reserve. Yes. If I were to just call reserve and then use set point, that's not a thing. I have to clear, then reserve, and then I can add. That's what that, yeah, okay. Clear, reserve, add points, and then I don't return anything. Would. Whoa. Whoops. I just want to see what happens if I do that. Oh, the tab. Interesting. Okay. All right, well, I like that. So, to jolt, lateral friction equals. I think I probably just say, I don't know how to do references in C++. Okay, well, actually, I think the real issue is that lateral friction is not necessarily defined. Can I go to declaration? It is null, so no, hang on. How does this work? No, it's a struct. It's declared here. It's not a pointer, so it exists. So I should have direct access to it, actually. Declaration. Cannot find it. Liar. Definition. Okay. Right, so it definitely exists. Points is the same thing. Yep. Okay, so it definitely exists. So I should just be able to say to jolt and then pass that. And I don't think... I'm not sure. I think it just is. I think it just is a reference. Not to say anything else. Curve. This is a ref. I say pointer and I get a pointer and I have to de-pointer it. Alright, cool. No allocations. What's the problem here? Suspected member name or that? It's a very strange error. Okay, it was like some weird leftover error. Okay, so this file is good. Okay, it's not good. It still wants that error to be there. Size 752 bytes. That's crazy. Offset 496 bytes. What? Oh, because we'll... Right. My inventory is ready. Now I'll make a bunch of items. Nice. But I thought I was already ready. Where's all the parameter? Are they really supposed to be down here? Yeah, they're not supposed to be down there. They should be at the top. Okay. Although these define them at the bottom. I'll just put them at the top. Wait, but that's yeah, that's protected. So I guess what I am supposed to do then is say, oh, this is the protected section already. Okay. Friend class jolt vehicle. The system was, the visuals was not right. Was not white. It's not pretty now, but I'll make it pretty later. Good. That's the right approach. Yeah, some of this kind of needs to be... Some of this is kind of bad. because changing the actual steering axis technically also modifies what would be considered the kingpin angle. So I would need to have some way to like synchronize these. I think probably the idea is that the true value is stored on the steering axis. And when I say get kingpin angle, I would calculate it from the current steering axis. Which I don't know how I could calculate that. You know what I think it should probably be? It should probably just be like, I would drop all these functions basically, and I would just create overrides of, it'd be like a set steering axis from kingpin caster or something like that. And then it would be set wheel up from camber. Or actually, you know what? It kind of looks like camber and toe can be calculated because those look really simple. It's just the sine and the cosine, or the a cosine and the... Actually, yeah, maybe that would be that simple. I would take the vector, and I could just do a cosine of the y. And then toe would be a cosine of the z on wheel forward. And then these two are odd though. I mean, I don't know, I guess it would be... Oh, because it's this normalization thing. Yeah, so those actually can't really be recovered. Those would be difficult to recover. So yeah, probably I figure out some other way. Just directly setting wheel up and wheel forward. And you would be able to pass in like... Or maybe it would just be like configure wheel and you give all four of these. You give the camber, toe, caster, a kingpin, and it would set it up for you. And it would probably just be someone else's responsibility to track what those values were when it was configured. And I would just have to make sure I call emit changed whenever if I change these values so that they could come back and like do some calculation on the outside to figure out what they would be, or maybe they do some rejection of that. To do. Yeah, I think it makes sense that this could be an abstraction that someone else makes. I have the helper function to do it, but if you want to like manage the values yourself, or if you want to be able to like display the values and like let a user directly change them on some like UI, that would be handled there, and then you just make the call to the method to apply it. That should be what it does. So wheel base settings, I'm just going to make these wheel settings so that they match. Okay, I'm getting there. The next thing I need is vehicle controller. Be out here. The vehicle controller would contain everything in it, yeah. Oh, and then I kind of forgot the whole naming thing. These will be organized like that. Right, and this is API that I like to have. Because otherwise you can't detect this, but I'm not really sure what the point of it was. I can't remember what the point of it was. Oh, it was for debugging. I had the tires would be green when they're in contact with the ground, they turn yellow when they're slipping, and they turn red when they're not in contact with the ground. That's what it was. Or maybe it was like red, green, blue or something. That's what that was for. But yeah, I don't have that now, so it's got to go away. And this one's already happy, which I'm surprised by. What? Pomni Fan Club Jover Toy Story on Suicide Watch. What? I did just see today that apparently people are not happy about the Fortnite skin model. Which I don't know. I'm not gonna. I don't care enough about that to have any thoughts on it. This one is an import for. Jeweled wheel settings. Then there would be anti-roll bar settings, wheel settings. Let's add the jolt. Yeah. I think I can understand it in a sense that it doesn't match the character's design. The original character's design. What are you talking about? Oh, really? Hang on, really? It pretended like Jolt was not used, and then I deleted it and said, "Oh no, that was used." Funny. Was it wheel settings? No. Wheel settings is good. The import Jolt. Jolt. This can be a dot dot. Move that over there. Okay. The trailer shows her being stretched. I don't know what that means. I straight up don't know what. Vehicle controller settings. I suppose I could probably collapse these down a little bit. Because well, actually this one doesn't even have a use for controller settings. So what's the controller? Controller settings. Jolt vehicle settings. Vehicle. Should I? You know what? I'm going to put these. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is kind of why I need to do it, because every single one of these is going to get. I also have to do this where I move pretty much all this code into the compiled file, because it really just should be there. So this references vehicle settings. It does not reference vehicle settings. It's at the bottom. Did I scroll past? Vehicle settings. Okay. So I think I would just do it this way, and then I have to forward declare this one. Okay. And then vehicle settings. All these need to go up here. I think I just paste them in and it will sort it for me. Yep. And then vehicle settings is just going to go away. All right. And then here, yeah, this one's pretty happy. Okay. Can I do 2? No, it deletes it. It just seems weird that vehicle controller settings doesn't actually reference vehicle controller or the other way around. But I'm going to do the same thing here. I'm going to put this at the bottom. In fact, I think I might put it at the top. Because that's typically how Jolt was doing it as well, as they were forward declaring it. Just to make sure all these are up here. All right. Jolt vehicle settings. Watch. If you don't watch, is the end for you. Twitch could be really unhappy about a sentence like that. I know about it. I don't need to watch it. And also I don't know those characters. I don't know that show. I don't care to watch it. Okay, so now I just need these differential engine transmission and to delete this file. Was it Jolt vehicle differential? Yeah, I think it's actually Jolt vehicle differential. I must hate ninjas. I think ninjas are pretty cool. I don't know why you would say that. C math limits? What? Numeric limits. Oh. Okay. If it's infinity or the maximum value set open true. Okay, I might need to review some of that stuff. Also, are there really this many friend classes? No. Why do I need the friend classes? I don't understand why I need the friend classes. Because if I just don't make these public, then they're not public, and then I don't have to worry about that. It may be that hang on, GD class, yeah, GD class starts with private. It defines some public, protected, private. I think I would just make these public and I just don't. Yeah. Yeah, I think I just make them public and then I would not be using friend classes anymore. Because I don't even know if Godot has anything like that outside. Let me look at this one. Yeah, so it stores the, it's a no. I was gonna say, is there any? It seems like there's not. Yeah, so it has a, it has the, it has it protected. Okay, I can figure it out later. I think I just might leave it instead of trying to change it now. I need vehicle engine. What's in here? Bindings, yeah. I just did differential, I do engine. And then these are going to be like this now. Callable MP. I don't know why those are a problem. Transmission settings. Yeah, that one's really simple. Now what errors do we have? Callable isn't a thing. Connect callable. So this is related to, okay, this is related to resources. Noise probably provides a resource type, right? Noise. And do they use callable? No. Callable. Include core object callable mp.h. Okay. So I guess that's just the import that I'm missing. Which I think is probably why this has to go to a compiled one, because that import might just be totally bricked. Maybe not. Maybe it would be fine, but oh well. The gets are probably simple enough to just leave like that. The set all have to be moved out. Is this on wheeled vehicle controllers settings? Right, and then it already has the definition, so then I would just delete that. I just did transmission settings. And then we're okay with this. Alright, anything else that I'm missing? Jolt vehicle will also contain the vehicle settings. Wheel settings. I have the wheel settings. Differential, engine, all of those. Right, and then I think I need the, oh no, I don't need SC sub. Okay. Alright, so now here's... Right. So the trick at this point is that there's no example of a subclass type that I'm aware of. So at this point, I'd just kind of be waiting on a response here. I mean, I can keep going though. There's a lot of things to patch up. Other way. Yeah, so probably... Alright, I think I want to do this. I think I just want to move everything out to... This is wheel settings. Vehicle controllers settings. Or just this. Yeah, I want to move everything out to there. I'll go and drop the friend class and just make this public. That won't actually stay like that though. This line would go somewhere down here. Say override. I don't know. Some of the get... Yeah, I think if it's this simple, I'll just leave the get there. But then anything that's not just returning a value, I should put in here. Okay, cool. Yeah, and these both would go out here now. Is this VS Code? It is sort of. It's VS Codium. It's just the open source version of it without any Microsoft stuff. But hello, chat, Hushka64. I'm using it right now because I have a lot of copy pasting to do, and I also need to make sure that this code is like syntactically correct. And just using NeoVim right now, I don't have it set up for any of that. So it would just be a super big headache to like go through NeoVim and try to make all that work right now. Why is that a single, why is it highlighted like that? Is that normal? Is it because of auto? Does auto highlight it that color? And then I need to order these alphabetically as well. What? Okay, now that's really confusing because I definitely just copied all this and it just didn't copy it. I absolutely did. Okay. Unless it did copy correctly, and I'm crazy. Oops. Get differentials, set differentials. You want to move these up. These would move. After that. Oops. No. Get settings, get differentials, differential ratio, engine settings, transmission settings is open. And then I should be able to take... What? I thought numeric... What? What? Numeric limits would come from somewhere. But I guess they don't. When vehicle constraint takes this, it uses a ref which will prematurely delete our settings. So we add a reference here to ensure it won't release it for us. Okay. Interesting. Wait, I'm a little... Wait. I'm confused now. When vehicle constraint takes this, it uses a ref. What? Settings isn't a reference, though. I'm really confused. Something about it just feels wrong. How is this a reference? Which will delete it? I don't understand. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't know how. It's an interface. It's implementing the interface on it, but this has defaults. But why does it... It uses a ref, which will prematurely delete our settings. So we add a reference here to ensure it won't release it for us. When vehicle constraint takes this... When vehicle constraint takes this... it makes a ref to vehicle controller settings, but it's already a reference. So I call add a ref to keep it one higher, but then I don't decrement that. That's really confusing. So should I even be doing that, or should I just make it a reference myself? Because that's what I give. So should this just be a JPH reference? Probably, right? That's probably what this should be. Wheeled vehicle controller settings. Is there an example somewhere around here? It just has a pointer to it. I was hoping to see like it uses ref, but these don't use ref. This is, I mean, what I have written already follows what they do. They just store it directly. And in fact, they keep it as a pointer, which I don't really think there's a reason to make it a pointer. That's just like guaranteeing, I think, fragmentation for no benefit. So it should just be put in place. And then when vehicle constraint takes this, it uses a ref which will prematurely delete our settings and whatever it's here to ensure it won't release it for us. So in that case, I need to make sure that I remove ref when I deconstruct. Settings. I think it just says settings release. But now I think, what's the issue here? Just save this file a minute. Okay. Add ref fetch add 1. Ref fetch sub 1. And that's all it does. Okay. But this is then part of a destructor, right? Yeah, constructor doesn't do anything. Destructor doesn't do anything. Okay, so I guess it's like a ref target is the point of it. It's a reference target, and I create a reference, and when I give it the thing, it adds and releases. So maybe what I should just do is wrap it in a ref. I feel like that's probably all I should. That's just probably what I should do. Yeah, I don't see a reason to not do that. Because at least in this case, when I do that, now it's going to be fine. And then, yeah, I think I just use the arrow operator, and then I just access it like it was a pointer. Right here. write apply engine settings engine is equal to engine settings. Settings is reference, engine is not a reference. I've got some weird organization here. Oh. This is really strange. This should be just in the constructor, shouldn't it? Yeah, it should just be in the constructor. And then you would set the value. Okay, so I still want to keep... I think construct... I can't remember how they do constructors. I'm just gonna... Differential slip ratio settings. There. And then this goes away. Get settings. Let me try to find who uses this. It's probably just vehicle. Right. Not that one. Not that one. Controller. Controller takes a reference and I just pass. I think I probably just pass a reference, right? Giving it a pointer copy creates it reference when we make a copy. It's over here. Sets a pointer and calls addref. Yeah, okay. Yeah, const. Yeah, this is the copy constructor. Which calls addref. Okay, good. Okay, so yeah, in this case, I just change this to instead be just returning the thing. And I can just return settings. Okay, but then this has to be also a ref. Is it actually fine to use no? Okay, I just won't define a default. You must implement it. No conversion from a reference of that. Ah, interesting. Okay, so never mind. Still must return pointer. But yeah, I still won't define a default. It's a pointer. And then get pointer. Get pointer should just return an M pointer. Yep. And then it will construct a reference from the pointer, and then it will just call addref. Which I guess I just forgot that addref is different. If it's not null, Yeah, it just passes right through. Alright, well that's way better. And then this still stays the same. That's just get settings, gets a pointer. It creates a reference from that. Okay. I'm going to go get food. I will be back. I'm back. Okay, I've got food. Going to eat. Yep, food time. Yeah, sure. What's the name of the game, though? God Save Birmingham. It's a funny title. Update 3. Should I watch the other ones first? The original game, God Save Birmingham. The sequel, on second thought, maybe not. If you're from UK, this title hits different. I think I remember it, but I haven't been watching it. The title's just actually funny.
범위범의 크리에이티브 디렉터 찬성입니다.
안녕하세요.
프로덕션 디렉터 신순욱입니다.
이번 영상에서는 올해 1월
Wait. What? Creative director. Wait, have I seen this before? Are we sure? Am I sure? Because if that's the actual title of it, I feel like I would have commented on that before and remembered that name, and I just don't remember that name. Or maybe I just like never realized the title of it.
디렉터 차현성입니다.
Also, what I'm saying what about is the fact that it's not
안녕하세요. 프로덕션
UK or American.
이번 영상에서는 올해 올해 1월부터 5월까지 개발한 내용들을 공유드리고자 합니다.
베타 빌드에서는 지난 알파 빌드까지
It's really kind of them to put the subtitles perfectly off-centered to not so that my face cam doesn't cover it.
5월까지 개발
This one they didn't quite trim it short enough. That's really, you can see like small edge here or small gap here, large gap over here.
내용들을
Tuned for reactions. This is crazy.
공유드리고자 합니다.
베타 빌드에서는 지난 알파 빌드까지 개발된 주요 기능들의 콘텐츠를 추가하여 본격적으로 생존 게임으로서 필요한 플레이가 가능한 빌드로 발전시켜 나가는 데 집중하였습니다. 그럼 지금부터 어떤 내용들이 더 개발되었는지 하나씩 소개해 드리겠습니다.
Since the last alpha test, God Save Birmingham has received a ton of great feedback from players.
Is this
combat are what you had the most to say about, so we've added content.
Okay, I think I remember. The title. How did I not get the title? It was too. I was complaining. I was definitely. I actually liked that for a second. Everything was monospace. That was cool. Orwell, the hexapod robot. Hang on a second. Hang on a second. Sorry. Do I get to see it walk? That's super cool, but I wish I could get to see it walk. This is 8 years ago. Okay, I've gotta dive into this really fast. What is this thumb? What the hell? No. Give me the full thing. Give me the full thing. I know that this is a much larger image. Screw the trailer. I'm in this too. What is this? You can't really see it too well. Okay, please. No. Tracking, vision tracking, and walking demo. What happened to it? Why is it gone? He just got really into skating and just did that for... Wow. Dang, that sucks. They were working on this and then it just dropped. And then apparently doing something again. They're like, hang on. I won't go. Dude, he just got really into skating. That's so into skating. Just took over his life. Yeah. I'm just gonna say this is like neat that, you know, but like I feel like getting it to orient to an arbitrary direction is not, that's an easy thing. Making it move is a really hard thing. No sound. I'm guessing because it's just crazy loud. Okay, so they've got, I'm just looking at the motors here, so this is just a fixed joint, I'm assuming. Motor, motor, and then this is kind of weird. Well, I say weird, it's not what I've done. I think I saw this before. Oh. Okay, I'm seeing something here. Interesting. So it's really fixed on a certain walk. I would love to see the code. It would be so great to see that. But I'm seeing this middle leg slide like crazy when it moves. The outer leg, the corners seem pretty fixed, but this middle leg just slides a lot. Oh, there's another, okay, so then they have the Z-axis. That one's really hard to see. Okay, so there's, I don't know why the middle leg is so hard to see it. Yeah, there it is. So one motor on the Z, or I guess if we were talking about Godot, Z-axis and then 3 X-axes. Cool. Cool. All right, well, anyway, that was neat. Back to this. I remember it now though. I complained that it was incredibly scripted, borderline animated, and not even like scripted, just straight up animated. And then I thought some of the characters were really strange because they did something. Where does it happen? It's coming up. This setup here was really funny, I thought. There's just a naked woman, and this dude is crawling, looking right up at her. And then there was an enemy around here that was also just... When does it happen? I can't remember where. But anyway, I was like, what are we doing?
And made improvements to both. We've adjusted the tempo of combat animations, such as the player's weapon attacks and head stomping, and improved animations overall.
Okay, you're not really going to show me this head stomp. Make this guy stand up straight in one frame. He's standing, and that broke him in half.
Such as the
head stomps shows the lying prone body snap in half and both halves teleport vertically, and then come on now. I wouldn't even put this in here. I'm like, oh, that's really bad. Like, look, his legs are standing and then his half body is vertical after stomping on the head.
Improved animations overall. We've also aimed to reduce friction by enhancing the responsiveness of controls. To compensate for the player's faster combat abilities, we've made zombies a little more durable to keep the overall
Oh yeah, they have zombies where their pants are pulled down around their legs.
pace of combat the same.
So I think it's weird.
Continuous improvements, we're striving to create combat that feels challenging, thrilling, and fitting for a gritty survival game. During this development sprint, we've added one-handed swords and halberds, and plan to continue adding more weapons so that players can discover and experiment with various medieval melee tools. We've also added unique animations for each weapon type, plus stats such as damage, stopping power, and durability. Players will need to choose their weapons carefully to optimize their chances of survival. We've also added a shouting action to lure zombies where you want them. Much work also added a their chances of survival. We've also added a shouting action to lure zombies.
Sounds repetitive already. It doesn't look... How are they on IGN, man? It looks like it's one this it's the kind of game that's deliberately just get it out the door as fast as you can and take as many shortcuts as possible. Because it looks like these systems are just kind of like half completed. And the animations all look
The same. Through these
there's no like it's just lacking something.
to keep the overall pace of combat the same. Through these
Like this bit's just lacking something.
improvements, we're striving to create
Also, I didn't even realize this. This is one attack animation.
a little more durable
Overhead
to keep the
swing.
overall pace
That's
of
all it
combat
is.
the same. Through these continuous improvements, we're striving to create combat that feels challenging, thrilling, and fitting for a gritty survival game.
It's not. It's like, it's super simple. They get close to you, they grab you, you
And
press the
fitting
push
for a
button,
gritty survival
they're
game.
gone, and then you just keep spamming the same button over and over again.
During this development sprint, we've added one-handed swords and halberds, and plan to continue adding more weapons so that players can discover
And there's just literally like 2
experiment
attacks with
various
it, I
medieval
think.
melee tools. We've also added unique animations for each weapon type, plus stats such as damage, stopping power, and durability. Players will need to choose their weapons carefully to optimize their chances of survival. We've also added a shouting action to lure zombies where you want
The
them.
shout is so funny.
Much work has also
It's just,
been done on
ah.
the physics engine, which is one of God Save Birmingham's most important and unique features. We've enhanced the physics simulations for the grappling system, which governs how zombies grab, cling to, and attempt to drag the player down. We refined the technical mechanisms that control how zombies will attempt to fight the player.
It's hard to see it,
and added new
but I
ways
mean,
to
it
break out of grapples,
it looks
adding depth to
cool.
close-range combat.
It looks more like they're just like
Technical mechanisms
IK jointed to the player character, and then they stop your movement.
that control how zombies will attempt to fight the player, and added new ways to break out of grapples, adding depth to close-range combat. We've also made various enhancements to the in-game physics engine. For example, lifting the bottom box in a stack or swinging a chair into zombies will now consume more stamina, giving the system a more realistic feel. You can now place and move ladders freely at any desired location, rather than being limited to specific spots. This was
This might be the coolest thing, actually, that they've actually shown. You can place the ladder and climb it.
surprisingly tricky to develop.
Surprisingly
To make
tricky,
things
I would
as
agree.
realistic as
It probably
possible,
is.
The system runs physics simulations
Okay, they don't have...
to make things as realistic as possible.
He just grabs 2 more rungs of the ladder that don't
The
exist
system
here.
runs physics simulations
And then he grapples up a ledge. Interesting. Can ride.
ladders even while they're in use to allow for things like zombies knocking over your ladder while you climb. You'll have to use ladders carefully to avoid injury. In this development sprint, a new feature has been added that allows you to freely move through windows. If a building doors are locked or blocked by
Okay, so they cut the
allows you
fact
to
that he just like
freely
clips
move
straight
through
through that.
windows.
Why is there a cut here? Oh, this is not cut. This is exactly what
allows you to
happens.
freely move through windows. If
That's not a cut. That's exactly what it looks like in the game. Guys. Camera. Whoop. Camera pushes through the window.
development sprint, a new feature has been added that allows you to freely move through windows. If
Actually, no, this is a cut. Hang on. There's zombies at the door.
allows you to freely move through windows.
There's already zombie. Okay, no, that is a cut. Because the door is open here.
Development sprint, a new
Never
feature
mind.
has been added that allows
The door is really wide open here, and then it. Okay, it actually is a cut.
you to freely move through windows.
But I also wouldn't doubt that it also probably looks exactly like that in the game too. But this is obviously a cut because the door is closed more and there are zombies standing at the door.
If a building
But I would bet this is probably also what the camera does.
doors are
The camera just
locked or
teleports
blocked
inside.
by a horde, you now have another escape route.
Oh,
Through this sprint,
exactly like I said. They're making it as fast as possible to get out the door to sell it. They're showing a climb through the window thing that is like so bad they cut the one time it happened and then they fade it out before it happened the second time. Thanks for following Bayram Dev.
significant improvements have been made to the crafting systems and content. Within God Save Birmingham, you can experience 3 types of advanced craft.
Did Dev following you? We gotta make crafting menus that are not just lists that you scroll through. I think it's the worst way to do crafting. You may as well not have a crafting system. If this is what you make it look like, you should not have crafting.
Within God Save Birmingham, you can experience 3 types of advanced crafting: carpentry.
That's not crafting, that's browsing through a menu and
tailoring,
clicking the
which
item
will
you want.
each aid you in your survival in unique ways. Unlike standard crafting, advanced crafting will require you to find crafting stations scattered in homes and buildings throughout the town. In this development milestone, we've
What are they saying? Are they like comparing their own system to itself, or are they saying like unlike other crafting
Within
systems?
God Save Birmingham, you can experience 3 types of advanced crafting: carpentry, blacksmithing, and
Okay, wait, hang on. Is this just... Oh no, I was like, is this like a database page view so you can see all the recipes that you have? No, this is the craft menu. Because there's a build button here and a counter, so this just is the craft menu.
3 types of advanced crafting: carpentry, black.
Dude, can they care? Can they care about how it looks? Please, okay, like, it's rough, I know, but like, try to care. He is... This bench is floating in the air. He is hammering slightly off the bench, off the side of the bench. He's hammering off the side of the bench. Can we just, like, care slightly about how we're presenting it? At least, if you're gonna, like, spawn this in and, like, fix it, just make it align, like, walk, like, okay, oh, we don't have a, I don't know, like a node so that you teleport your character to. Okay, well, just like spend 10 seconds and like walk up to it and like keep pressing it until like it looks okay. I would be okay if he was at least like in the middle of the table and like his hands are kind of like in the table a little bit, but he's like he's not even lined up to the table at all.
Carpentry,
Like, he just hammers off the table.
blacksmithing, and tailoring, which will each aid you in your survival.
Like, see
in
that? They
unique
just
ways.
at least walk
Unlike
up to it
standard
and, like, align the
crafting,
character body
advanced
to it.
crafting will require you to find crafting stations scattered in homes.
Yeah, let me hear exactly what they say
System
here.
Advanced crafting, carpentry, blacksmithing, and tailoring, which will each aid you in your survival in unique ways. Unlike standard crafting, advanced crafting will require you to find crafting stations scattered in homes and buildings throughout the
Yeah,
town.
they're just saying that advanced crafting is they have crafting stations. At least Minecraft is cool because the tables have a unique UI. And you get to click and drag. But this is definitely just, you walk up, you press the button, you scroll through the menu, you click it, and then you wait for like the 10-second timer to go out.
In this development
Want to fun Rails ready crafting systems? Everything is a plugin. Everything has at least 10 plugins. Anything you can think of, there's 10 of them. So you're really spoiled for choice. But this is like the fastest. This is like, hey, we're at trailers tomorrow. Okay. Let me set it up and get it recorded. Like, that's how quick this looks. It looks like it's so fast that they just did it and they immediately recorded it.
In this development milestone, we've added a significant.
And it's like, like I said, if this is the crafting system you're making, get rid of the crafting system. This is not fun. Make an NPC, you walk up to the NPC and you just select the thing you want and they make it for you. If that's how you want to do this, make it an NPC. You walk up to the NPC, you pay them gold, you give them the items, they make it for you. Otherwise, it's a timer. And it's a menu and a timer. It's a mobile game. You've made Clash Royale. Boot up the game. Do you have enough resource? Click build, wait 10 seconds.
Can experience 3 types of advanced crafting.
Like, you gotta
Carpentry,
put effort into the crafting.
blacksmithing, and tailoring, which will each aid you in your
Skyrim isn't even that complicated either, but Skyrim is definitely still better than this. At least in Skyrim, you have to, like, some doesn't really have crafting. Or rather, it's like I don't know. There's no timer. I think it's just instant. You press the button, you have the thing. I'm more thinking of like the alchemy side, which you can consume the alchemy ingredients to get like or figure out like what effects they have, and then you combine them randomly to figure out what you get. At least that's engaging in some way. And you discover things. Here, this is just a menu that's like, there's no process. There's not even like a little bit. I don't know. I mean, Skyrim's maybe just not a good comparison there, but it's because Skyrim does suck, honestly, with how they do crafting. But at least their alchemy is like a little bit more interesting because they at least made it interactive in a way. There's all these ingredients that exist. You don't know what they do. You can like find recipes or buy recipes and then learn something simple. But at least even then, like you buy the recipe, you open your inventory, you look at the note, and you read the note. And then you can make it. It's not like craft. I mean, it would be like craft health potion when you've crafted for the first time, but then you have to go in there, find those ingredients, combine them, and then you get like a quick access. I would rather, if you're gonna do any crafting at all, you should just make it like a simulation type thing. Or make the timers really fast, and I don't have to craft intermediate pieces. Or if there are intermediate pieces, like I said, they're just instant to craft, and they can you can, I don't know, like automatically make them, right? It's like a second or less than a second. Some high tier item, you click craft, it crafts all the intermediates in like 2 seconds, and then it crafts the main item in another second, and then you're done. Like if you want it to be about going out collecting things, make the uninteractive part as short as possible. Or just get rid of it and don't have it. I would prefer that. I would prefer any crafting system to just be like something interactive the whole way through.
Survival in unique ways. Unlike standard crafting, advanced crafting content and features related to survival.
There's just no innovation there. The ladder is the only cool thing so
Chickens
far.
have been added as player livestock. To raise chickens, you'll have to find or build a chicken coop, after which they'll produce eggs at regular intervals. But you'll have to select a location for your coop carefully to avoid noisy birds attracting unwanted attention from zombies. We've made major developments to the weather system, which is closely tied to survival. Players will now experience conditions including clear, cloudy, light rain, heavy rain, and fog. On foggy days, zombies' visual perception is impaired. On rainy days, low temperatures will require extra attention to maintain body temperature, and new survival actions become possible, such as gathering rain to make drinking water.
Survival is probably just like a cool thing when like it was first made. But then you need to start innovating on that. I don't think you should just say, I want to make a survival game unless you're like learning and you just want to see what you can do. None of this stuff is innovative. The most innovative thing that they've ever done is a ladder you can pick up and place and climb anywhere you want. I've never ever seen that in a game. Not just like I have a ladder in my inventory and I go up to like a predetermined spot and I click build and it snaps at the thing. No, it's like you literally have to orient it, place it, and as long as it's vertical, you can get on it. Or like Project Zomboid, you have player traits, character traits. You have skills. You have to literally learn how to do things if you didn't set up a character that already knows how to do them. Right? The reason I say that is because I see 11 things up here in the top, 11 effects, and that's like a Project Zomboid thing. You just have like 10 different icons on the screen at once, and you're just like dying. You just have every single problem. It's that on Death Stranding. Yeah, I mean, Death Stranding is like you walk up to a location, you press button, and then the ladder spawns and falls over. And it even highlights so you know exactly where it's going to go. Being able to pick up the chickens and you have to physically put them in the coop, that's nice. I like that. But everything else about this is just... You're making a game that's not going to be compelling. Like I said, if you want to make this game to learn, go for it. But this is not an IGN... I just think people waste their time. This is wasting people's time. Developers' time is wasted. Anyone who would play this, their time's going to be wasted. I'm trying to think of like what... If your whole thing is that you're medieval and you don't want guns, then you need to like really make combat special. I don't think it's enough to just have weapons with 2 attack animations and this grab thing. I don't think this is enough. This is like, yeah, I would hope that like this is the bar and you've reached the bar and that's as far as you went.
Grappling system, which governs how zombies grab, cling to, and attempt to drag the player down.
Like this should just be like will be okay, so it's not even available yet. This is the kind of thing that you would just be like, yeah, here it is, it's on itch.io or whatever. And then you're waiting to get enough support to put it on Steam. And then it's on Steam Early Access. And you're working on it. But the whole time you still have this, you have the understanding that you need to do something. This is the exact kind of game that I would expect to have like a real blacksmithing simulation. I would expect to see a combat system that is like contextual, okay? Depending on literally how your hands are on the weapon and where the head of the weapon is in relation to your character body determines what attacks are available, what they will do. You have stances. Certain attacks put you in certain stances, which open up different attacks and combos. So like, that's what it should be. And also, it's also really just not. It's also not too interactive. What would be nice is if the zombies, some of them just had weapons. That would be nice. Some of the zombies should just have weapons and they attack you with a weapon. So you can block them, you can fling their weapon away. Whatever. Some of them are in armor, so they actually take... You actually have to like attack specific parts of the body to deal damage, because otherwise it's medieval armor and you're just bouncing the weapon off of it and it's doing literally no damage. Like, focus on that. Like, until you have like either a full woodworking simulation or a full blacksmithing simulation or a full combat stance thing, it's not interesting.
Noisy birds attracting affect the ambient temperature. If the player is exposed to the cold for too
like literally again, so far the most innovative thing they've done is a ladder you can place anywhere.
You'll have to take actions to maintain body temperature, such as dressing properly and warming indoor environments by lighting a fire. Just as starting a fire has become more important, so has handling it carefully. Fire can now spread to wooden objects, and the player can suffer burns if they get too close. So you'll have to arrange objects carefully when igniting a fire. We've now added various historically accurate medieval beverages.
Is it demo?
Alcohol can quench thirst and reduce the
They need
character's
it.
mental stress. However, excessive drinking can cause the player to become intoxicated, making survival more difficult. So remember to drink in moderation. We've further enhanced the existing sleep system. You can now improve the quality of your sleep by finding or crafting a quality bed. Additionally, you must maintain a warm indoor temperature quality system.
Okay, wait, what?
To become intoxicated.
You're intoxicated, it makes it more difficult. He stands up, he shouts, and that's all that happened.
So remember to drink in moderation.
I wish they would show it. Like, okay, give me the GTA 5 effect. The sound drains out, everything gets like super high post-processing. The camera's like wobbling back and forth. Your character's hobbled over and stumbling.
So remember to drink in moderation.
They just didn't show anything.
Further enhanced the existing sleep system. You can now improve the quality of your sleep by finding or crafting a quality bed. Additionally, you must maintain a warm indoor temperature and create an environment safe from zombies to ensure quality sleep and maintain your character's health. It's now possible to gather fruits and vegetables via foraging. You can collect wild berries from the forest outside town and vegetables from gardens throughout. Foraged plants won't start rotting until they've been picked, so it's up to you to pick them.
It's just the timer stuff. Okay, satisfactory early access or like devlogs before they were even early access, I think. They had a minigame for harvesting ore, and they got rid of the minigame because it was just kind of annoying. So you start the game, they're developing it, they have it's like a wheel, the thing goes around and round, and you have to click it when it's at the top of the wheel. And if you fail, you get kicked out. So you have to go back in and try again. Or I don't know if you get kicked out, you just don't get any ore. So the point I was about to make was, I understand if it's like your plan to do something later, but now I realize they literally had a gameplay element. They made a mini game that they got rid of. These guys don't even have the mini game yet. Just make a mini game. Like, think about gameplay, please. Every time I see a timer and I'm just sitting there watching, it's annoying. Any of these moments is like a moment that I would probably just stop playing. Because I'm like, okay, well, now I'm actually bored because I'm just doing nothing. Like, if there's berries, click on the berries. You click on the berries, okay? If there's... And that's not even, I think, very hard to do. That's a very simple minigame, and if you realize it's not good and you would rather just have walk up, press the button, you gather it instantly, or there's a very short timer and you're progressively collecting it, then do that. But it's like, you should only be doing that if you think like, okay, well, the minigame's intrusive and we've played it enough times and we think it's just not very fun and it should just be a short, quick thing. Satisfactory's case, it should. That's exactly what it should be. The intention is that they actually don't have a gameplay element there because they want you to automate that as soon as possible. They want you to automate it by turning it into a timer. You walk up, you press the button, you wait. And at least then there's like sound. I mean, something is happening. I don't know. Well, I do know. This is bad.
The right time.
Everything is just a timer.
You can now interact with the river flowing through town. You can draw and drink the water. However, the water quality is poor and drinking it may cause an upset stomach. Fortunately, the stream water is great for cleaning yourself, making it a solid choice to visit anytime you need a quick wash. God. We've developed a new system for generating survival supplies within the village using fixed rules and random generation. We plan to continuously test and refine this system throughout the game's life.
Guys, they've invented loot tables. The way this is just phrased is just really silly, I think. They
plan to
invented loot
continuously
tables,
test and refine
never
the
seen
system
before.
throughout the game's life to ensure players are experiencing challenging and exciting gameplay. We've
Challenging and
improved-
exciting. You're not showing gameplay. Clicking a menu is not gameplay. In some survival games, it's like an interactive process where you don't know what's in there and you have to click around to see what's in there. Okay, like they've added gameplay to a place that just had none and was not engaging.
Test and refine this system throughout the game's life to ensure players are
What are they talking
experiencing
about?
challenging and exciting gameplay. We've improved the guide journal system, first introduced during the alpha phase by incorporating feedback from testing results. Designed to provide minimal guidance to players entering the sandbox environment for the first time, the guide journal will function as a light tutorial and the story delivery mechanism. While gameplay would be possible without completing the
I mean, I could say like nice, but
environment for
I'm
the
turning
first
it off
time,
the first
guide
time
journal
it
will
pauses
function
my
as a
game.
light tutorial and the story delivery
I turned it off right there. I'm like, oh, well, I'm turning it off now. Full screen pop-up, game is paused. Here's some text.
mechanism. While gameplay would be possible without completing the guide journal quests, it's intended to assist players in acquiring essential game knowledge and adapting to the environment during their initial playthrough. Although it's not yet playable in this build, we've started developing co-op functionality. Once the multiplayer feature is stabilized, we plan to create an opportunity for players to experience it firsthand through an open test.
지난번이 게임의 뼈대를 개별로 만들어내는 기간이었다면 이번 마일스톤에서는 만들어진 뼈대들을 연결
I don't think they understand what alpha and beta mean. They clearly don't. You make the ladder in the alpha. The ladder tech is alpha material. Crafting is alpha material. Beta is when you turn it into gameplay. Beta is when you make the gameplay more gameplay.
Create an opportunity for players to experience it firsthand through an open test.
지난번이 게임의 뼈대를 개별로 만들어내는 기간이었다면
No, the framework is like prototype. Alpha is your refining the systems, refining the framework, and adding the gameplay. Beta is improving the gameplay, balancing. Framework is the
이번
plugins.
마일스톤에서는 만들어진 뼈대들을 연결짓고 게임 플레이를 디자인하는 작업을 진행했습니다.
개발팀에서는 더
Also,
많은
wait, is this even correct? Because you just said gameplay at the end of that.
이번이 게임의 뼈대를 개별로 만들어내는 기간이었다면 이번 마일스톤에서는 만들어진 뼈대들을 연결짓고 게임 플레이를
Do I need to turn on like auto-generated subtitles to see what he's really saying here? Because what's that?
Firsthand through an open test.
지난번이 게임의 뼈대를 개별로 만들어내는 기간이었다.
Seriously? Auto-translate to... English auto-generated. Really? Come on, YouTube.
지난번이 게임의 뼈대를
They dropped an entire
개별로
word from his
만들어내는
response.
기간이었다면 이번 마일스톤에서는 만들어진 뼈대들을 연결짓고 게임 플레이를
They change because he says you can hear him just because it's an English word. He just says gameplay. I don't see gameplay. He never said gameplay in the title, the captions. They just changed what he said.
작업을 진행했습니다.
개발팀에서는 더 많은 것들을 게임에 담고 선보이고 싶지만 많이 만드는 것보다 잘 만드는 것이 더 중요한 만큼 계속해서 콘텐츠를 만들고 테스트하고 다듬으면서 좋은 게임을 만드는 데 집중하고자 합니다. 그리고 조만간 있을 베타 빌드를 활용한 클로즈 베타 테스트에 많은 참여를 부탁드리겠습니다.
Closed beta test. Either they're just way too excited and they've kind of forgotten to make the game, or it is like I said, they're developing something as quick as possible to make money. Okay, the fact that you can't even show what the climb through window looks like without cutting and fading out before the second time it happens.
A new feature has been added that allows you to freely move through windows.
Like, replace all the models with capsules and change the walls to depth textures. And now this makes sense. This is like pre-alpha prototype. We're programming in the climb through wall mechanic. We're getting that working. I don't know, it's just weird. It seems, it is odd. It's super suspicious. They are actually making a game, but I think they're also forgetting to make gameplay.
Like tutorial and the story delivery mechanism.
더진 금 계속
Closed beta. Closed beta. Closed beta is a crazy word for prototype. I think you're about 2 levels too far. Roosters giving eggs? Wait. Were these... Where's the chickens?
Chicken coop, after which the chicken coop.
I guess I'm not super
after which
familiar
they'll
with what
produce eggs.
chickens normally look like, but those are some long tail feathers. And I'm pretty sure roosters are the ones with the long tail feathers. And the hens don't have that.
At regular intervals.
Also, the fact this one rooster just chicken or whatever it is just jumps straight out of the coop.
But you'll have to select a location.
Yeah, those are roosters. That might just be the proof. Might be the proof of what it is. Not enough attention to... But why? The downgrade is real. Wait. Is the light quality decreased? Okay. A lot of promised opportunity to be awesome if done well. Yeah, everything does. But it's not doing well. I think the fact that the ladder is the most innovative thing I've ever seen in this game so far. For one, okay, I just think it's cool. I think it's cool. The crafting being a menu, gathering being a timer, crafting being a menu with a timer, gathering resources being a timer, and these definitely clearly being roosters laying eggs, or just the dude came in here,
Build a chicken
threw them in there, was like, why am I not getting eggs from these guys? Okay, dev menu, spawn egg 2. Like, there's a particular lack of effort in this, I think. It really feels like they're going through the checklist and they're checking the items off, and they're also kind of doing it like in the last 30 minutes of work. Or this trailer was, they had a deal with IGN and they were like, okay, the trailer's uploading. We need to send the trailer to IGN in 2 days. We need to start recording this footage. I'm not done with the climb through walls yet. It looks really bad. All right, just cut it. Just record it, and then we'll make sure we cut it out so it doesn't look like it's glitched or whatever. Oh, we need to make sure we show the chickens. Okay, spawn 2 roosters, or just this is the chicken model, and it's just a rooster, and maybe it really is the fact that these are the only chickens that exist, and these guys are actually supposed to spawn eggs, but the dev just went in there and like did spawn egg twice and is not picking them up or recording it.
Which they'll produce eggs at regular intervals.
So this is really funny. This rooster teleports 180 and flies out of the pen.
After which they'll produce eggs at regular intervals.
Like, why did he do that?
But you'll have to select a location for your coop carefully.
Oh man. Automod? Did you expect Automod to get that? It didn't get it. Man. Also, you can't see it. What is demo playtime unlimited? What does that mean? Right above my camera. Demo playtime unlimited. Does the demo have a time limit? Or is it just a counter that's supposed to count up and just the default is unlimited for some reason when they mean infinite? What do we rephrase it? Is that what it probably means? They meant to say infinite, but instead of saying infinite, they say unlimited. It's not like a timer that counts down, but a timer that counts up. This one feels even worse than 34 degrees? Wait.
However, excessive drinking can fire. We've now added various historically accurate medieval beverages. Alcohol can quench thirst and
I'm never going to be able to sell Fahrenheit. Yo. Dude, what the hell? Does it get that hot in the UK? I feel like that just isn't true. I feel like that should be in the red. Like that should be like yellow or red. Like, yeah, you're too warm.
reduce the character's
That's
mental
not true.
stress. However, excessive drinking can cause the player to become intoxicated, making survival more difficult.
It's not
So
even
remember
in
to drink
Morocco.
in moderation. We've further enhanced the existing
so
sleep
hot.
system. You can now improve the quality of your sleep by finding or crafting a quality bed. Additionally,
Yeah, like you see in Fahrenheit, you see hundreds in like middle of the US, like literally as far away from water sources as possible in the summer. And that's like, oh, this is the hottest day of the year. We're in the hundreds. That's crazy.
You must maintain a warm indoor temperature.
Unless that's supposed to be body temperature. That's too cold. That's too cold then. Wait, that's actually just too cold. Okay, so you're dying. So either A, it's way too hot outside, or B, you're very sick and your body is giving in and dying. So either way, that number's wrong. Korean weather. There's no way it gets that hot. Because they're like, you can see the ocean practically from wherever you are.
You
can practically see the ocean.
From the forest outside town and vegetables from gardens throughout. Foraged plants won't start rotting until they've been picked.
Hang on a second. Okay, I got a little suspicious that the time was 8:05. I'm like, you can't tell me that these guys are trying to pad for the 8-minute mark.
Being picked.
Korea's super hot. I guess I have no idea how hot Korea is, but I know it's like a peninsula, and I would think those should be pretty temperate. It's also north. It's also pretty far north and next to ocean. Yeah, peninsula. What's funny about that? That's the word.
So it's up to you to pick them at the right time or process them for long-term preservation. You can now interact with the river flowing through town. You can draw and
It's the only explanation for 35 in the UK. I could not imagine. A UK colony in Africa. Yeah, Birmingham too. In the Sahara. You know, maybe this is the UK like 20,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, when the climate was different. And it just happens to be really hot. All right, well, that's just crazy. That makes me sad. Because I just feel like I see people wasting their time, and they know that they're doing it too. They're making a game to sell it for money, and that's the entire motivation for it. The most motivated thing I've seen is the latter. And the fact that they even went out of their way to mention this was surprisingly hard to do, I'm like, yeah, I could believe it. It might be the only thing you actually did that wasn't configuring a plugin. Like the most real emergent thing that's like, hey, we have this system where you can pick up items now, and it's like, oh wait, wouldn't it be cool if you could pick up the ladders? Like, oh yeah, you're right. We got to make sure you can pick up the ladders now. We didn't think of that before. Before Noah's flood. Yeah. Okay. I'll be right back. Yeah, it's a real game, but they're not focused on the gameplay. They're focused on checking off the feature box. Yeah, we got crafting, we got water drinking, we got sickness, we got alcohol drinking. By the way, guys, you can place the ladder. This was really hard for us to do. It's actually kind of cool. I'm like, yeah, you're right. Everything else is not good. If you're going to make it a menu, get rid of the timers. If you're going to make it interactive, you can have a timer. Or if you're making a mobile game and you want to pace people's progress, then you make a timer. But then you should just make the mobile game. Survival slop, it is. Okay, I'll be back. Switch to the ladder puzzle game. They could pivot. Honestly, like, if the ladder, they could pivot to a puzzle game where you have to place the ladder. All right, I'll be back. I'm back. I'm crushing these poor Korean dreams. That's just something crazy to say. That game has no dream in it. That game has no dream. We actually don't know which Korea. They're making a game for North Korea. And they're actually just saying, like, this is what the world looks like. This is what the UK looks like right now. They're overrun with zombies. We're making a simulation of the UK. All right. Is everything here good? Right. I wanted to figure out UK is 35 nukes. Right. That's post-apocalyptic nuke heated up UK. I was just changing this to say differential list instead. Because there's a list. Wait, no, that's not right. That. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to be. Why do I make a copy of this? Yeah. Const local vector. Oh. That's why. Of course. And I should probably have these be. I still want to try and match what these normally look like. What does it look like? Found a game for what? Graph War. Oh, this is not. Of course. I'll look at it. Private, protected, public. Okay. This is all about the BS you like to do. Why would I play a game what? I get it. I get it. Wait, I'm killing AI? Skynet, Deep Blue, Agent Smith, Cleverbot. Free to play game. This UI is crazy. This looks like Java. This looks like a Java UI. This is exactly the kind of UI you get from a Java thing. Okay, so you pick. Okay, so you pick the character you want to shoot from, and then you type in the graph. Or the function, I guess. Also, I feel like if you know how to create quadratic functions, this would just be not a problem for you. This looks like worms too. The blobs that you destroy, and these guys are around. I'm guessing probably what you get to do is you probably get to move around as well. That does look cool though. Probably not. Probably not gonna play it, but that's cool. Like, I mean, if you just master the parabola, the cube, you're gonna have a perfect aim every time. Also, how do you handle tangent? I see they have sine. What do you do about tangent? Because tangent is just like, I guess you decide which direction you're tracing it from, and then the function will just calculate forward until it hits something. But like, if there was nothing to interrupt it, can I let it go off to infinity and come back at the bottom of the world? What am I looking at? I was looking at how they order these. I want to make sure that the order of these makes sense. Because I should really probably have these sitting up here. Shouldn't validate property be an override? Wait, why do I have validate property? That just doesn't make any sense. Why do I have that? It's not defined. Very strange. And I guess it's not even that these should be private. They should be they should not be protected. They should be private. Why is it high school? Called high school if it is basically the middle of the road when it comes to studies. No. High school is where school ends for a lot of people. Actually, that's the end for many people. I don't know what you're trying to say with that one. Wait, isn't it supposed to be equals 0? Yeah. Does anyone use that? Equals 0? IK would use that. Whoa. I really wish I would not scroll when I clicked onto a file. It's pretty annoying. Blast this one. Yeah, what if I don't? Where is it? 3D. Iterate IK. IK modifier. There's no pure virtual. Those are overrides. Is there a point to it? I don't know. I don't know what the reason is for that. US versus Australia. Where? In what? No. I opened it up and it like gave me the normal Instagram like log in so you can see more of this account. But I can see like a caption on the video. No. I'm just not looking at that. I'm trying to figure out their... Maybe trying to figure out their structures here. Well, okay, IK... Maybe IK is not a good one to look at because IK was basically all written by one person. World Cup. The US is playing? I didn't know. Pure virtual. That's all I needed to see. You're getting the pure virtual treatment. US 2. Did you tell me before that Australia was also 2-0 to somebody before? Or is that a different country? You can watch on IPTV. I'm not interested in watching. Also, get settings should be const. Should this be a reference too? Seems like I don't need to. It's interesting. I wonder if I should keep these here or if I should make them. I think these two I definitely should pull out. I can't remember if you specified virtual. Again. Specified inside the class definition. Okay. So I just get rid of it. So get speed is just reading the rate that the wheels are turning at. Doesn't have contact, skip. If slip is too high, we ignore it. Maybe I multiply it by 1 minus the slip, actually. I do multiply it by 1 minus the slip. Maybe I just should ignore it there, so that something is still output instead of nothing. I think it should just be 1 minus the slip. Just always run it. Nah, just do like the whole thing. Make sure we're not making it negative. Make sure to reorder structs. Yep. Yep. Don't have to worry about it, it seems. Why is this so large, though? What's so large here? I'm confused. Dog? Go lay down over here. You're hot. Wait, why is this class so large? $504 but I only see... Huh? What is this adding? They're just really big objects for some reason. You're alright, buddy. You're okay. No. You just went out. Class is really just that big? That's insane. That's crazy. This has nothing in it and it's 456 bytes. Red, down up here. Come way down up here. What? Come way down up here. Dude. Come on. Come on. I don't understand. What do you want? Yeah, come up here, buddy. Come up here. Too warm. You're too warm. You need to cool down. This dog. All right, I'm gonna not think about why this object is 500 bytes for what I think should be like a simple ref count and a signal list, I guess. That's nuts. Can I write this way? It is okay with that. But I will not. This seems a bit odd to do that. So I'm just gonna not do that. Does seem a little weird. Why am I multiplying by 3.6? Oh, that's how you get from meters per second to kilometers per hour. Right, of course. What are the odds? Low. Okay. You know what? I think I would like to find a better way to make this, because this seems really bad, actually. Yeah, that actually seems really bad. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to change this out. This is going to be... I'm going to make an enum, and it's going to be like get wheel info, and I give an index, and the thing that I'm looking for. Because otherwise, if it's like, hey, I want to know the steer angle of a wheel, I got to construct 4 dictionaries every frame for whatever I'm doing with that. And that's just awful. So I'm going to make that change. And then I have to access it via string. So I will use this as an example of how I can do that. But better, of course. This is not the example I'm looking for. This example, but better. Enum. Okay. Pretty much everything is... These are all floats. The only one that's not a float is the wheel has contact. Okay. They define this at the top. But I guess I can put it anywhere I want, but I will put it up here at the top. But in order to make these a good enum, they have to start with the name that I'm defining. Because then they become like a subclass piece of it. So this would be enum, param, Hit wheel data. Data slip longitude. Data slip latitude. Data steer angle. Lose Newton doesn't even call it football. Yeah. I'll make it an enum wheel. I'll make it an enum wheel data, and it'll be wheel. Angular velocity is a misnomer here because it's actually a float. And not... What? What is that word? No clue on board. Okay. Let me call it lateral. There's another differentiators at the end. Cool. Oh my goodness, no, I'm not Moroccan. No, that's not true. You just made that up. I am not British. I am at least third generation America. US. Probably 4. I didn't bamboo. Dude, he's just making stuff up. Yila is making things up. I look away for like literally 30 seconds and a lie has already been told. Yelia says Yelia is never a liar. Ah. And usually they say max. Like, do I really have to say max? They always say max. Do I need a max? Can I find an example of someone who doesn't say max? $15,000 enums? Okay, never mind. Oh my god. I was like, oh, there might be like a few hundred enums. Dude. How? But that is private enum. Cool. Here's public enums, and they are... Yep, they don't have a max. Alright, so I'm not doing a max. Because I think that's just stupid. I don't know why you would do that. I feel like there's no need to have that. And then is wheel has content? I don't even know. What it is. The thing is has contact. But it's like get wheel has contact maybe? But that's just kind of dumb. Wheel has contact would be better. But then that's not like a very Boolean sounding thing. Is wheel contact? I'll just say that, I guess. Is wheel contact? I shouldn't have closed it. Okay, there's nothing special. Just a switch. Just a switch. Okay. So I need to do like fail index what? Index fail IK stuff should have this. In fact, the IK is looking exactly like what I'm trying to write here. Probably on iterate IK. Error fail index size. index size return value. It's called get wheel data instead. I don't know. I can't like say, yeah, I know for sure. You've told me. You just told me. I speak in Arabic, but neither of us would understand the other. That's funny. The default one. Okay, so error fail index, and then I should be able to assume that this is protection and I can just access it directly at that point. Yeah. Case, what are my options? Wheel. Can't I say like return, switch, case? I have to get the wheel first. You have to do all this. And why don't you like that? Oh, pointer, of course. Wheel. Get angular velocity. Does that work? Expected an expression. Am I just rust coded that hard already? Why can't you? Why not? Could you not do this? Can you show me one? Also, I just wrote switch statement. Is switch an expression? Okay, fine. No fun allowed. Rust build, yeah. Hey, R1. So I don't know if I said hi, Serpent. I don't know if I actually said hi. I started reading the messages. Oh, Mick used Gemini? No, I didn't. Lateral git slip. Nope. M lateral slip. Lambda. What was that? What do you really want to... Okay. And then I guess at the end it's probably just like... What do they say? They must have like an error, right? Was your big switch statement? It's joints actually. It was joints the whole time. I was looking for joints. Joints. Oh, these are for fail index. Is that why? I feel like I'd rather have a failure down here at the bottom. If nothing is matched. Mi casa, tu casa. Okay. What? Heard Spanish from my computer. Yeah, I think it would be like... I would be suspicious if my computer started speaking Spanish. That would be odd. What am I thinking of? What do I do? Do I... I'll just say default, and then it's like error, fail, the message, 0, and then say there's like format, the format. I think it's like V format, something like that. Is it not this? Oh. Yeah, V format. V format. Yeah, I was right. Said, oh, I'm not trying to be racist or anything. Percent sign. Okay. So does V. I swear I was typing that and it's just like, okay. Error fail V message should just have a return if true. Why is it even like that? Okay. Cool. Okay. Everything is handled. I could also just move it to the bottom instead of having a default, but I think the default's fine. Okay. Should all just be identical, and then it would be supposed to be not settings this controller. Right. And then I will move this up since it is a virtual that should be defined first. What happens if static cast fails? Yeah, what happens if static cast fails? Is that actually, can that fail? Or is that just syntax? I don't know. Yep. I think that's it. And then to do these, I have to write bind enum constant for everything in bind methods, which I need to write the bind methods. Which should just be the same signature, except this one's not static. I was gonna say, how was I doing this before? But I actually do have it. I just forgot that I haven't copied any of these files over yet. This is vehicle controller. Whoa, vehicle controller. That's missing. Why is that missing? It's not missing. Class db.h. Huh. Where is it? It's right here. Put that separated so it's clear that it's not meant to be like a bind. And then this one needs to be up here. Guess that actually does go underneath it. I can just say like index. Yeah. I don't do any special stuff. I think those are good. Set driver input, get current gear, get current RPM, get wheel data, is wheel contact. Bevy 0.19 is out if you want to check what's new. Definitely not me. Definitely not me. Oh man. This reset to default. I'm a little suspicious about that actually. Should I do that? Also, I want this to be applied differential. This. Keep hitting Control N by accident. Vehicle controller settings has an invalid setting. That's just the worst error message I think I've ever seen. Wrong class, and I can be more specific than that. I say this should not happen because to me make a mistake, press Control D to duplicate it. Thanks for the help. Also, I say it's a const and then I modify it. That's really not very const. It's pretty silly, actually. Yeah, I shouldn't be calling those const. That's pretty silly. Also, these should be actually up here because these are really relevant to this one. New York is suing Valve? Why? Why? But why? Do I have to call notify property list changed? I don't think I have to do that. I feel like I should take those out. Yeah, that's a weird thing, I think. I don't think there's a reason to do that. You're obviously changing it if you're calling a set method. I'm only supposed to notify property list changed if, yeah, if I'm like literally changing the displayed properties. Wheeled vehicle controller settings. Oh, I am. Right. Right. I am doing that. So is that really how I'm supposed to implement it? It's not an override? Isn't this supposed to be an override? Virtual void validate property. I feel like it is supposed to be virtual. Yeah, it's supposed to be a virtual override. Why is it not then? Because that's the only place in the entire codebase that virtual void is written. Okay, so never mind, it's not. What? Dude. Kata's virtual. Virtual void validate property const override. What now? GD soft class. Oh, this validate property V. Oh, that's crazy. Okay. Oy. That's some crazy stuff. Alright, so it is definitely not a virtual method. It is just there and it's just accessed like it exists. Okay, so let me put that back where I say notify property list changed. Set differential slip ratio, notify property list changed. Oh, because I wrote nah. Like that. Something fair this time that we all agree Valve should be getting confronted. What? Sorry, I know I asked that and then I just didn't look over for like a few minutes. Oh man. Shoot, I'm coming up on that time. Unless it's Russia. What are you talking about? I'm up on 4. I'm supposed to be done. I don't understand how I've done this for so long. I feel like I've done nothing. That's weird. It's just like C++ is such a noisy language, honestly. It's such a noisy language. You have to define things like this all the time. I'm out of here. See you, Dallin. Thanks for hanging out. What was the other thing? Set open differential. I want to hear who's an adult. I'm pretty sure I'm an adult. Pretty sure all of us are. Okay. I gotta crack my back and it's not doing it. There we go. Got it. Is this good? What's up? What's wrong up here? You're about to send yourself into a coma? I mean, I'm not doing anything crazy. There is like a story of someone who was like turning around while they're like reversing in their car. And I cannot believe you would just go about your day after this. They heard a crack. They experienced a very sharp and continuous pain. Their vision, they lost their vision. And they were like, and they vomited. And dude just like, oh, that's weird. I'm just gonna go home and just pretend like that didn't happen. And then go to a hospital a week later after I have a stroke. Like, dude, that's just so many things. It's like sharp continuous pain, you go blind, you vomit, you hear a loud crack. I think you have to go to the hospital when that happens. I think you just have to say, all right, something crazy just happened to me. I probably need to get it checked. Instead of like driving away after that happens. Actually, no, hang on. I think what it was, maybe it was even crazier than this. Maybe it's like he was at the hospital. He's leaving the hospital. He turns around while he's backing his car out. All of that happens and just decides to continue on and drive home. Instead of stopping the car, going back into the hospital and be like, guys, something you won't believe what just happened to me. I just turned my head around and I think I nearly killed myself doing that. Set it ahead home. Yeah, it was like, I think that's probably what it was. He was literally at the hospital, parked, and going home, and that happened. And he was like, yeah, I'm fine. That's okay. That just happens sometimes, you know? Sometimes that you nearly like literally break your neck and die turning around. Okay. I mean, lucky he was able to like drive to wherever he was going and nothing bad happened after that. Okay, where is this? Hello, Papier. What's the project? I'm trying to get Jolt Vehicle into Godot, the Godot engine, as like a supported thing. I have basically all the code already written. I just have to like organize it in a way that will actually potentially be acceptable. But when I'm not doing this, I'm working on a game where you will shoot robots. And I'm building the first robot, which is a 6-legged physical body that will walk around and crawl on surfaces, like upside down and sideways. About that, with C++. Well, this is, like I said, this is just unrelated. This is a vehicle. I already have all the code written. I am using strictly GDScript as much as I can. Well, not strictly, but I'm using GDScript as much as I can for the actual game. If I have to get into C++ and the Godot source code, I would rather not. I try to avoid doing that. Unless there's something crazy and then I have to fix it. Bind methods. Do I have the bind methods? Bind methods. There's not really parameters there. I need to do the enums. John Python Snow. Are you trying to describe what GDScript is? Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Wrong file. This one. It is wrong. I need both. Of course. I need variant enum cast, which makes it available. And then I have to do I do that. And then I do bind enum constant and then just the name of it, I think. Yeah. Okay. But I actually need to wrap it up because it's past time. Can I take anything out of here that I don't need? I guess it would tell me if they were unused. Okay, so maybe I think that vehicle controller then is probably converted, leaving me here alone. I don't know why. I just thought of the jingle. You don't have to be lonely on farmersonly.com. Jeez. That'd be so stupid to say. Even though I just said it. What am I doing after stream? I don't know. Probably sitting outside. Probably gonna sit outside. Yeah. That would be crazy. Okay, I think this is I think that file is good then. So I don't know, I just close it and I would go on to the next thing. That looks like a pretty good file. I have to write all the documentation for all of it. Jeez. I need to figure out how to make it so I can nest these classes, because I want to try that. I'll just build it having everything registered top level. But then I don't like that. And I want to see if I can figure out a way to like keep these in different files, but still underneath the Jolt vehicle class. I don't know how I would do that. I mean, I know one way that I can do that. I could basically right here, just write include, or actually probably just go to like a public. Or no, they would be private first. So yeah, I'd probably just write includes here and then do another private category. Because technically the way that includes work is they just literally copy paste this, it just copy pastes it into this file. So I could do that. But that just sounds dumb. And probably would confuse... Yeah, that would actually probably just confuse things. So I probably should not do that. I mean, I suppose I could declare them and then... Actually, I have no idea how that would work. Yeah, I don't know how that would work. All right. Explain the real world outside of the box until GTA 6 release. Psycho spending all day on that one screenshot Rockstar released for the pre-order. What is that? I probably don't want to know. I know you're normal. Okay. I don't know about that. All right. Well, that's gonna be it for me today. I think I might probably just continue doing this tomorrow. It is just something different for me to do. And I kind of want to get it there earlier than, or sooner than later, because otherwise it's never going to get done. Because if I can do one file a day, that's just insane. So that would take me like actually over a month to get through this stuff. So yeah. All right, but I'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.